Thank you very much.
It does look like everybody's here, Chairman.
Thank you. I think we've had those 5 seconds. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. Just a quick reminder, this is not a new meeting, it's the reconvening of the existing meeting. If you could mute your microphones when you're not speaking, unless, of course, you will need to speak.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair, but Eric's having problems getting on. Eric Hope. Could the officers get in touch with Eric?
Paul, could you try and give him a call? Thank you.
That's fine. Janet, if you can make sure that Eric is not on the phone, if you can ask him to ring off so that somebody can ring him. And we'll go on. If you could, Mike, unless you're joining us by telephone and you need to speak to ask to be let in, I will remind you from time to time. I will let you know who I have on the list to speak. And at that point, if you need to add your name to the list of people wanting to speak or ask questions, if appropriate, do so then. We're going to start with...
Chair, can I make a suggestion for later in the meeting? When we come to the everyone active item, can I propose or ask you to consider suspending standing orders so that we can look at it into a more depth? But rather than suspending standing orders and means everybody chats and contributes into the middle of the night, that you do it for, say, an hour, so that it's got an element of a committee to it where people can come back more than once.
I'll see how we go, John. It's a good suggestion. Can we deal with that when we come to it?
Yes, I'm just sowing the seed for you to consider while you're going on.
That's fine. Thank you very much, John. We're going to start. We're going to go back to the agenda. I'll just run down the agenda list of the things to do. What we didn't finish. What I should say. We have items 10I, 10J, 10K, 11B, 12, 13, 14, 15, which is the vote to go exempt, 16A, 16B, 17, and there is an item at 18. So we're going to start at the top of the list. 10I, the Treasury Management Annual Report 2019-2020. Now, then, it has been suggested that because, by and large, the committee reports were unanimous, that we deal with 10I, J and K together. I hope that meets with approval. If there are any problems why we shouldn't we shouldn't deal with these 3 items together, if you'd make yourself known now, and we can take a view on it. In which case, we'll do 10I, J and K. Councillor Duncan, please briefly introduce these recommendations, and then you can answer any questions there might be. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to introduce the recommendations on page 199, which is item 17, and also page 213, which is item 18, which is the revenue and capital budget monitoring, that the contents are noted, and also item 19, which is a financial strategy, again, that we note the contents of that document. And we also approve the proposed areas for consultation with the public, as is usual, in preparation of our budget. So it's items 17, 18 and 19 in terms of the actual reports from the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Duncan on those 3 items?
It's really a comment, Chair, and I don't mind where it goes in. It's just to put down a marker. But the number of children it's described as destitution has gone up by, I think it's 50% in the last 2 years. And I think we ought to be aware of what support we can give in this direction in the proposed budget process for next year.
Thank you. Is there any particular comment that you wish to come back on that, Councillor Duncan, or it is just a general note? I think it's a pertinent note. I think the numbers are important rather than the percentage, but I accept the comment, Councillor Clark. If there are no more questions, Councillor Duncan, please move the recommendations, and once they're seconded, you may make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to propose those items.
Have we a seconder?
Seconded,
Councillor Arnold, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have anything really further to add other than what's in the reports, other than to say clearly we've got there the Treasury management, we've got the budget monitoring sort of backwards looking, and then we've got the forward thinking strategy going forward with the budget. Clearly, things have gone very astray with our budget given the financial pressures from the COVID situation. But we have, I think, got our finance team that have been able to take stock of the situation, reflect upon it, and have really built towards that in terms of the financial strategy looking forward to next year. I think the important thing is that we are really we're in a good financial position at the moment, and I think that's going to guide us through. The principles underpinning the budget, which will be prepared and approved by Council in February, are very similar principles to what we approved last year. So the principles are the same, more or less, but obviously things have changed within the financial situation. But some of those things around becoming more commercial, clearly very important looking ahead into the future and making sure that every service is delivering as it should do for local people and to give value to the taxpayer. So I'm happy to propose all three of these documents to the Council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Arnold, you seconded the motion. Do you wish to speak at this time?
No, thank you, Chair.
I will open it for debate. Does anybody wish to speak for or against the proposal, the motion?
I think it's basically, Chair, I would, if it's impossible to tell if anybody else's hand is up, that it doesn't go under Treasury management, because I've given in on it going under Treasury management. I think the logic, I don't agree with it, but I'll go with it because I'm getting nowhere. But we ought to be putting some capital into a credit union, because the number of people at food banks, the number of children in destitution, as I mentioned earlier, the number of people who haven't got enough money to do what is needed in the present crisis. And many of them are households that were two people working and had a future in front of them, now suddenly find that they haven't, and unemployment may mean that they still haven't as we go into the next budget year. So can we please have credit union, and this is really a request to the finance team through you, Chair, could we have somewhere into that where we put in money to go into a credit union?
Thank you for that suggestion. I don't have any hands up. I will go round. I will remind people that if does anybody else wish to speak, in order to, I propose to do it by general affirmation, unless anybody does not want to do it by general affirmation. But there has been a comment.
Councillor Burr would like to speak, Chair.
Councillor Burr.
I think my hand was up, Chairman, but that's
I'm
fine.
sorry, I can't see that at all anywhere.
It is actually, it was up on my screen, but
right.
No, I just wanted to say, yes, these three items were unanimous at P&R, and that's good when there's always that cross-party unity, so that was really good, and I think that we all were very pleased with regarding what Anton has been doing and his team. As has been said, we are in a good financial position, and I do think that we will need to think very, very seriously regarding our budget, because I do think the next 3 months are going to be really, really hard for not only our residents, but for a lot of our businesses. We will have to give a lot of support, probably support that we never thought that we would need to give. So that is something that we do need to be bearing in mind. The budget obviously has slipped due to COVID, and everyone is absolutely aware of that, but we need to be mindful that we will need to think seriously about what support we can give as a council. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Burr, can you just press your hands up button again, just to see if it's working now? It is now. Yeah, I can see it now. Thank you.
It's up now.
It is. If you put it down, that's fantastic. Thank you. Anybody else for anybody else? Any more for any more?
Chair, if you want to go to the affirmation route, which I'm quite happy with, can we hear from the leader that he will support the inclusion of credit union, let's put in a number, 500,000, into the Ryedale financial strategy early in the 21 to 25.
I will. As there has been a little bit of a debate, I'm going to go back to the mover at the end of the debate.
Yeah, I'm asking.
I can't speak for him, Councillor Clark.
In which case, if he can't do that, then I shall move that as an amendment. And I thought it might be quicker if he waved or nodded or whatever his support for it.
I will. I hope it will be in a few seconds' time. I don't see anybody else wanting to speak. I'll go back to Councillor Arnold as the seconder of the motion if he wants to speak now. Councillor Arnold, do you wish to speak now as seconder?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, in which case we will go back to Councillor Duncan to answer that specific question as a specific answer to the general debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that. I just wanted to pick up firstly on Councillor Burr's point there about business support. It's clearly going to be very important to us that we do all that we can to support businesses going forward into the future. It's been a very difficult year for them, as we know. I think potentially the next few months are going to be even more difficult, particularly for certain sectors that haven't quite been able to recover. I think hospitality, which is particularly important for Ryedale, as we know, is going to be a particularly difficult sort of sector. So we need to do what we can. I think we have done a phenomenal job so far getting the grants out from the government. £25 million there or thereabouts we've got through the door in this year. That's a hell of a lot of processing, and it's been really good sign that we've been able to do that so quickly, and I think businesses really appreciate it. We need to keep looking at what we are able to do with the resources that we've got. Picking up on Councillor Clark's point, and they forgot his name then. I can't believe that. Councillor Clark,
I'll keep reminding you, Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Clark's point there about the credit union. I think all I would say is the financial strategy is not complete, and it will not be complete until it's going to go through another round of P&R and then council. It's come from P&R as it is written at the moment. Obviously now, Councillor Clark, you're a member of P&R. It would obviously be your opportunity to raise that maybe when it comes back to P&R and then through to council for final approval. That, in my mind, will be the most appropriate way in which to do it, because clearly we need to have an understanding of the implications. All I would say is that clearly credit union might be something we want to do. There is already a credit union that people of Ryedale can access. I am aware of that. If we wanted to do something in addition to that, we'd have to understand the full detail behind it. So I wouldn't want to make a decision like that this evening, but there will be an opportunity at P&R where perhaps Councillor Clark, if you speak to our officers, they might be able to provide some information about the way in which that might work, so we can have that ready for the committee. Happy to look at anything really, and what I would say is there is support within my group, the Conservative group, for us to look at a credit union and what we might be able to do with it. But we need to look at the full detail, the full information.
In which case, Chair, can I move an amendment, please?
Right, if you have the wording ready.
That under item 10K, that we request that the officers include a report on a 500,000 contribution to I don't know whether contribution is the right word, so I'm happy for that to be altered if necessary. In other words, we invest 500,000 into a credit union. And I'm quite happy to go along with Councillor Duncan. We may well, and I would expect us to use one of the existing credit unions that's used by people in Ryedale. Not a problem with that. But I think we should be asking for it to be in the paperwork that comes rather than hoping it is, as he's just suggested. So I move that, please, Chair.
So, Councillor Mason, before I let you speak, I just need to do two things. First of all, to make sure that the clerk has got the amendment down. Ellen, have you got that down?
I have, Chair, yes.
Thank you. And then just to ask our legal advisor whether that's a proper amendment.
Yes, I don't have any qualms with that at the moment, Chair, but I would look to the Section 151 officer to see that that all is satisfactory with that as well.
Right. Well, if there are any problems, if they could speak. Councillor Ellen, do you think you could read out the amendment for their benefit?
Yes, Chair. It would be to add that members request that the officers include a report on a £500,000 investment into a credit union.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, do you have a seconder for that motion?
I hope so, Chair, but I haven't heard any others of.
Well, I'll second that.
And so who was that?
Councillor Andrews. Joy Andrews.
Joy, thank you very much. Councillor Clark, would you introduce your amendment, please?
Yes, Chair. This has been discussed at many occasions. It can't go into my favourite subject, treasury management, because it is, in inverted commas, too risky and hasn't got AAA this and etc. with it. However, it is somewhere where our money would not only gain a small amount of interest, but it would also be helping those who need it. And on that basis, we'd like the officers to report back to the next P&R with an outline or in depth, whichever, detail on investing that amount of money into a credit union.
Thank you. Councillor Joy Andrews, do you want to speak as seconder now?
Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, I think as Councillor Duncan said, and it was nice to hear that the Conservative group would like to support something like this, or interested in something like this. And I think if we get the officers working on this now, it can come to the P&R meeting. It won't then have to go back to officers then. It just speeds it along a bit if we get it in here now, so that we can look at it at the next P&R meeting that's on when this is on the agenda, and then take it to full council. So I think it just makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Burr?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Agree with the last two speakers about, I suppose, really being on the front foot. And what COVID has taught us is that we don't want to be on the back foot. We want to be on the front foot. And as has been said, the leader said that the Conservative group are, in general, quite happy with this. Now, I do understand that you've got to, when you propose things, you've got to look at the finances, etc., etc. But take the car park issue that you were discussing. I mean, I don't know if I wasn't party to it, and I left the meeting, but I'm not sure that any figures and facts and financial explanations were given to that. I think that was just taken on a whim, that we have free car parking. So I do think that what we could do here is work cross-party, get this up and running now, and then we've got some really good sound basis to work on, because as has been said, I do think that residents are going to probably need, and businesses, a lot of help in the next 3 months. So I'm very happy to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Mason and then Councillor Potter.
Yeah, really. I'm glad John brought this up, because this is something we were going to probably try to amend into as well, to be honest. I think this is working within the community COVID response at the moment. We're starting to see people hitting financial difficulty, and I think the quicker we get this in place, the better. And including, I think, as well, seeing the support of the car park as well. The car parking motion last week, I think this is a good thing that Ryedale Council are being proactive within the community to support people going through this hard time.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can recall going round this buoy several times over the last few years, and unfortunately, nothing's ever come to fruition. It's always been a can that's been kicked down the road. Now, with the existing universal credit problems that I'm sure everybody's aware of, this is going to get significantly worse now we've had the COVID crisis, and there are going to be many, many more people who are looking at quite severe financial hardship and getting into debt, particularly, as we know, through universal credit and the delays in payment. So there's always the risk that people are going to get forced into approaching loan sharks or have severe problems getting the money that they need just to keep their heads above water. So I'd very much like to see this moving forward, and I'd certainly like to see some sort of presentation about the pros and cons and, you know, the details of how it works and any risks or any benefits. So we know all about it before we even get to that stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Oxley.
Thanks, Chair. Like many of my colleagues in the group, I'm very happy to see this issue raised and be discussed and to look at taking it forward. My concern is about the process more than anything else. I think to ask the officers for a report is one thing. To ask the officers for a report that is tied to a sum of money until we know what the finances are is not the way to do it. I'm sure other people will say we've leapt in the dark before, but I don't think on this one we need to. I think the answer is to have the report first, understand what the possibilities are, what the options are, as Councillor Potter just referred to, and then bring it back through the committees, and at that stage put a sum of money on it.
Thank you. I am looking around the screen as best I can to see if anybody else wishes to speak. I can't see anybody. Shout out if I can't see you.
There's no other raised hands, Chair.
Sorry?
There's no other raised hands, Chair.
Thank you very much. In which case, Councillor Clark, I'm going to go back to you to answer the debate before going back to Councillor Duncan. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I first raised this, it must be nearly 3 years ago now, and we've had nice words and reassurances and yes, we'll do, and I think my group from the Speaker, will be in favour of this, etc., and nothing has happened. So, as Mike Potter puts it in a sailing terms, we've been round this buoy several times. I put the figure of 500,000 in there, and if the officers say we can't do 500,000 for whatever reason, that's fine, and we'll consider it. But what we don't want is to mess around with this and not do it, which has been the position that's happened for 3 years, while it's kicked round and come back and kicked round. So I hope we don't have anything other than affirmations on all three ones you were covering here, but I would actually like a vote on this so that people can either, because I don't know where Councillor Oxley is, he doesn't like the 500,000. Well, if he'd like to make it 1 million, then that's fine. But if we don't put a number in there, nobody's got any clue as to what we're aiming for. So on that basis, I would like a named vote on this amendment, but hopefully this amendment only. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will do the vote on the amendment. After I've gone back to Councillor Duncan as the proposer of the substantive motion. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's just to say that obviously, as far as I understand it, Councillor Clark is proposing that the officers produce a report. I don't think it needed to be specific around a figure, but clearly the report will tell us, hopefully one way or the other, what might be an appropriate prudent amount and what might be the options, what the demand is. And I think that's a critical issue here because, as I say, Ryedale is already covered by a credit union, but my understanding is that the actual demand for it has not been significant, at least in recent times. Obviously, that demand may well increase going forward into the future. So there's lots of considerations that need to be made to this. And what I would say is Councillor Clark did not need to move an amendment when I'd already said very clearly that we do need to give consideration to this issue, and I'm happy that as part of this, it will come to P&R. However, if it is the production of a report to help guide our decision making and with no sort of preconditions as to what the outcome might be, and it's simply to look at the options for this, then personally I'm happy for that to be to go forward and to be supported. But I would just like to say this in no way ties us to this course of action. Clearly, the financial strategy and the budget will be determined by P&R, referred to Council for approval in February. So this is not sort of a decision on this, it is simply requesting the information. What I would say is that Councillor Clark has the right to request that information, as every councillor does, through the committee process. It didn't need to have been brought in this way, but clearly he's frustrated at the fact that he has raised this issue on several occasions and doesn't feel that we've got to where we need to be. So I'm happy for it to go forward, happy for it to be supported. And I would just like to make a point that clearly Councillor Clark has made a suggestion and we've supported it as a Conservative group, and perhaps hopefully others can, when we make suggestions, hopefully support some of the things and the ideas which we've come forward with as well. So happy for it to be supported, but it is a report to help guide our decision making. It will come to P&R and then P&R will decide, refer to Council, the appropriate course of action.
Thank you. I think before I go to the vote, I will ask Ellen to read out the amendment so we're all clear on what we're voting for. Ellen, can you just read out the amendment, please?
Yeah, so this is to item 10K, which is the financial strategy, and the amendment would be to add into the recommendation, into the decision, sorry, that members request officers include a report on a £500,000 investment into a credit union.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go straight to the vote. Please vote for, against or abstain. As before, we'll do it alphabetically. If you would make sure that you're ready to vote as soon as possible, I'd be most grateful. Starting with Councillor Joy Andrews. We're voting on the amendment, don't forget. Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For, Chairman.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Thank you. I've missed out Councillor Arnold. Councillor Arnold.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary. For. Councillor Cousins.
For.
Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Docra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Garbett Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Hope.
We still don't have Councillor Hope as yet, Chair.
All right, we'll come back to Councillor Hope at the end of the vote. Councillor Keel.
For.
Councillor King.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
That was 1 for there. It was Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Middleton.
For.
Councillor Oxley.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Rain.
For.
Councillor Raper.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Watts.
For.
Councillor Windrus.
For.
Have we got Councillor Hope with us yet?
No, Chair.
Okay, we'll have to take that as a no vote. It won't won't upset the decision, which is passed. But I'll get the clerk just to confirm the numbers, please.
Yes, Chair, it's unanimous.
Thank you. The amendment is carried. We'll go back to the substantive vote. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amended motion, or can we go directly to the vote? I will give Councillor Duncan, as mover of the substantive motion, a chance to speak briefly if needs be.
It's just to say, Mr. Chairman, that we do have a good track record, I would say, in terms of budget preparations, whereby there always seems to be, if not unanimous support, certainly significant cross-party support in terms of preparation of our budgets. And I'd like that to be able to continue into the future. Obviously, last year was a unanimous decision on our financial strategy in February. I'd like us to get to that point again this year, building on, as we can see, the ideas of all groups, not just a Conservative group, but all groups across the council. So hopefully this is a positive thing. I'm happy to commend all the reports. for, I think, generally for noting most of the time in terms of these 3 items. But I think we've got good foundations here to keep our budget on track and keep our finances in order. But yeah, happy to sort of recommend these and to the council for approval.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the vote. Before I do, I'm going to thank the officers who prepared these reports for what I think is outstanding work. And I know Councillor Duncan was going to do that anyway. Because it's been amended, rather than go by general affirmation, I'm going to go down the vote. If you'd make sure you're ready to take the vote. Ellen, are you ready to take the tally?
I am, yes, Chair.
Thank you. We'll start alphabetically. Councillor Joy Andrews, for, against, or abstain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Andrews?
For.
Councillor Arnold?
For.
Councillor Bailey?
For.
Councillor Brackstone?
For.
Councillor Burr?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Cleary? For. Councillor Cousins?
For.
Councillor Delaney?
For.
Councillor Dockerer?
For.
Councillor Duncan?
For.
Councillor Frank?
For.
Councillor Garbett Moore?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Hope, are you with us yet?
IT are still working on getting into the meeting, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Keel?
For.
Councillor King?
For.
Councillor Mackenzie?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Middleton?
For.
Councillor Oxley?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Rain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Raper?
For.
Councillor Ryby?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Wass?
For.
Councillor Windrus?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hope, any chance that Councillor Hope is with us?
Not as yet, Chair, no.
Thank you. It is again unanimous, I believe, but I'll just wait for the officer to confirm.
Yes, Chair, that's unanimous.
Thank you very much. Moving on in the agenda, we come to item 11, the notices on motion. You will recall that we've dealt with item 11A. Moving on to item 11B, a motion on the changes to the Constitution. Proposer was Councillor Duncan, the seconder was Councillor Arnold. The motion has already been moved and seconded, so we will move on to the mover's speech. I will introduce it though. Moving on to the second motion, which we've referred to the Constitution Working Party and then Policy and Resources Committee by full council on 5th December 2020 has now come back following consideration. The recommendation can be found between pages 251 to 260 of the agenda papers. And I believe the amended motion is on 259. Councillor Duncan, please make your mover's speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'd like to do is I'd like to move what's come from P&R, the recommendation, which is on page 259, and I believe Councillor Arnold is happy to second that.
It has. Well, it has already been seconded, but that's
so
just a reminder.
Just for clarity, then it's the recommendation from P&R, which is on page 259. Just by way of information for members, I would just like to say that the motion that was originally put forward was around a year ago now. Things have changed. It's been through the Constitution Working Party. It's been through P&R. Those people who have been involved with that, the group leaders and the chairman, will understand what an interesting process that has been and a lengthy process. But what has happened is the motion has changed quite significantly from what was proposed and has really boiled down to two elements, which is the leader role and the deputy leader role, which obviously we have at the moment. But what we don't have is we don't have a job description for the leader. We don't have a job description for the deputy. And clearly, if anybody is performing a role in the council, there should be a job description for that. What it also does is it establishes the role of leader and deputy leader as being critically important to the operations of the council, to its internal workings and to its external workings. And it makes clear that there is a point of accountability for members. And what I would like to say very critically is that It is vital that this council has a leader, and that doesn't mean necessarily myself. It's vital that this council has a deputy leader. That doesn't necessarily mean Councillor Arnold. You may like us, you may not like us. You may have positive things to say, you may have negative things to say. But the fact is that we need to have somebody as leader and deputy to ensure that there is that point of accountability for the public, point of contact for members, to be able to ensure that our officers are also able to have a point of contact too going forward into the future. We do not want to be the only council in the United Kingdom not to have a leader. That is not a position which we should put ourselves in. And regardless of the political situation of the council, and clearly I am very aware at the moment that there is no one party that has overall control. It's very clear to see that. But we need to have somebody that the council can elect for these positions. What I would also say very clearly is it's better almost to have a bad leader than to have no leader. It's better to have somebody than to have nobody. I would personally like to think I'm a good leader, but this isn't about me. This is about the positions. And as I've said very clearly, if you're going to have these positions, you need to have a job description, and we need to have these figures to be there so that we do have those points of accountability, those points of contact. So that's very much what I would like to say to the council. And I hope that building on what I think has been, I know the last meeting was a very long one and a very arduous one, but we did have some good cross-party working there. Clearly on the last item as well, there was recognition of taking forward different ideas. So what I would like to say is that you can have political leadership occupied by clearly somebody of one particular party, but that person does need to try and reflect and speak for the whole council. That's what this is about, and you can see in the job description there as well. A key element of the leader role is to promote that cross-party communication, is to promote collective decision making, it is to ensure the circulation of information to members, and there's clearly an important role as well for the deputy leader. So I think it's vitally important that we have this. Those members who have not been here quite as long as I have, and clearly haven't been as long here as some other members of the council, will remember the days when we haven't had leadership in the past, and that means there is no leader statement. There is no opportunity for questions. There is nobody that can represent us on some of the outside bodies which are critically important. With local government reorganisation, it's likely we're going to need further cooperation outside of the council to reflect our voice in potentially reorganisation situations, shadow authorities, etc. going forward. So I would commend this on the basis that we need to have somebody to do these roles. We need to have a point of contact. We need to have some leadership for the council.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold, you seconded. Do you wish to speak at this time? Councillor Arnold.
You're muted, Steve.
Am I? It's not muted on here. All I want to say, Chair, sorry, is that it's been kicked around long enough and we've discussed it long enough, and I think it's time it got voted on.
Thank you. Right, I'll open it up for debate to the floor. Does anybody wish to speak for or against the motion?
Chair, are we going to have questions first, please?
Well, they can be brief questions. I think the motion is clear enough. But Councillor Duncan, will you answer brief questions?
I mean, look, I'm happy to take a question.
Yeah, Councillor Paul Andrews, if you have a question, if it's brief, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused. The amended motion appendix 3, is that in substitution for the entire motion which is set out on pages as item 11B of the agenda?
Yes, Councillor Andrews, what we are voting upon is what's come through from Constitution Working Party to PNR and then through to council. It's what's written on page 259 is what we're voting upon. It's moved significantly from where it was, so it's easiest that that's presented as it is. It's 259. That is all of the thing that we're voting on this evening on that page.
So to be clear, we can forget about the proposal on item 10B altogether. 11B right altogether.
Yes, Appendix 3, page 259. That is it, Councillor Andrews. That is what we're voting upon. There's certain things which were in the original, most notably the lead member element, that has disappeared. It's simply what's on page 259.
Thank you.
Right, we're going into debate. Are there anybody wishing to speak for or against the motion? Again, if you're on the phone and I can't see your hand raised, or you don't have a hand raised, right, I've got Councillors Burr and Oxley. Councillor Burr first, please.
Thanks very much, Chairman. So, first of all, I would like to take some members back to how this council has run. It's always been democratically decided whether to have a leader or not. And because things change in the council, leadership changes, members change, political groups change, it's always been felt that probably rather than change the constitution and set it in stone, what we'll do is we'll do that every May. So personally, I can't understand why we would need to change the constitution, because we have an ability to do this anyway. And if there's a worry that there's no job description, well, they could be done and waiting and ready. So I'd like to just take you back to the Constitution Working Party. This has been said that it's been going on for a long time, and it has been going on for a long time. And I think the reason why it's been going on for a long time is because we can't agree. So that is why it's taken such a long time. And we've now got another new group which has been formed, so that has implications as well. And this particular vote was won on a casting vote, and one group leader wasn't there. So it doesn't actually represent the full council as we stand at the moment. So I think that what we need to do is think how this has been brought. And I think it is great when we work together. And I certainly have always wanted no politics to come into this, but it does seem rather autocratic, and that's how it comes to me. There are countries that do have cross-party working arrangements, and that works very, very well in other countries, and that could be done here. So I know that the leader at the moment, and this is not personal, but he said, I personally think I'm a good leader. Well, what it needs is people, probably a leader who could bring everyone together. And at the moment, we are very, very split in this council. So what I would like to do is have the opportunity to absolutely every May decide whether we have a leader or not.
10 seconds, Councillor Burr.
Thank you. I'm just wrapping up. Decide that, and it's not a need or a must that we should do this tonight. So I don't think we should do this tonight, and I think that we should decide on if we have a leader in May, as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Oxley, then Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Oxley.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Constitutional Working Party and PNR for taking what has been a long, many years worth of discussion and making it a very, very simple decision tonight. And also Councillor Duncan for making it clear that this is about somebody being the leader, not who that leader is. I do believe it is vitally important that we take this step, particularly as we move into what's going to follow up on the back of the COVID situation. I think people are looking for us for leadership. They're looking for us to see where we're going. And by having a leader in place, whoever that might be, we will be able to actually give that sort of leadership to people. We've also now got in place a strategic plan that will drive us, that will guide where we're going, and that should make it even more able for us to work cross-party, because we're all working to the same strategic plan to take Ryedale forward. The A final point I would make in favour is, as some of you know, I've sat on the other side of this, and I have been in meetings where some councils, not necessarily this one, have had no leaders in meetings where other councils and bodies have, and they are weakened by not having somebody who is the leader of the council. There needs to be somebody to represent this council, both internally and externally, who has a clear role, and it is absolutely right that we make this movement now. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Mackenzie, then Councillor Mason, and Councillor Keel. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'm amazed at how long this has dragged on. It is quite a simple decision. It's been said that we would be the only council in the country not to have a leader, which is unbelievable. And with all that's going on in the world right now, we are going to need someone who is going to go out and represent the council. Without that, we don't have a voice. With nobody with the authority to speak on behalf of the council, we need a leader, and we need the job descriptions in place. Whoever's got a role needs to have a job description, and this is what this proposes to do. As has already been said, it's not about the person, and it's not about the political persuasion. It's about having someone who is accountable and able to go out into other areas and speak for the council. And I'm hoping that we can have this cross-party cooperation, because that's when the council works best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have Councillors Mason, Councillor Mrs. Keel, and Councillor Paul Andrews, starting with Councillor Mason, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't understand why I'm not doing this at the AGM. We have a leader already at the moment. He's been elected. You know, why are we saying that has to happen every single time? I do have some issues with some of the phrasing in this as well, like political leadership and strategy. That's the job of the council. I don't think that's really the leader's job quite so much. I also have a problem with being the main public spokesperson. I find that disempowers a lot of other active councillors who are doing a lot in the community, do a lot for the council, and then it's nothing's reported on the work they've actually been done. I find that really quite hard when I know the work of a lot of councillors at the moment doing a lot of things, and maybe sometimes there should be credit where credit is due on some of the work they're doing, not all the time going through a leader. You know, I get the ethos of what they're trying to do here, the cross-party communication. You know, and I'll be honest, I have good communication with Keane all the time. We're always messaging each other. We don't agree on a lot of it, but, you know, there's good communication. I just think this is one step too far. I just don't think we need to do it right now. I think we keep the decision at the AGM and then we decide from there.
Chair, can you add me to your list, please?
I can. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I've got Councillor Keel, Councillor Paul Andrews, and then Councillor Clark. Councillor Mrs. Keel.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm afraid I struggle to support this as well. I think it's worked pretty well over all the years that I've been on this council that we have voted on the principle of having a leader and a deputy leader at the AGM, and I see no reason to change that. I also have issues, like Councillor Mason has said and Councillor Bear, with a little bit of the wording in this. I could possibly be more supportive if it said the council's main representative rather than the council's main political representative. And I do completely agree with what Councillor Mason has said. I do feel that at the moment the media that is going out of the district council is just constantly quotes the leader, and there are lots of other councillors that are at this meeting this evening who also do things within their communities and have to fight for a media voice in the public, and I don't agree with that. I honestly, I'm not disagreeing with the principle of having a leader. In fact, I think, you know, we do need one. But I'm objecting to the way that this is being put forward so that it is set in stone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. I don't agree that there's a necessity for to have a leader at all. I can remember a time when I was officer for 8 years when Ryedale was well known for being an award-winning, enterprising, progressive council. and we went and we were extremely successful. And at that stage, there was no leader. When we needed to send somebody to represent the council, the person sent was the chairman of Policy and Resources. And all political groups were very, very keen to make sure that there wasn't one person who called himself the leader and gave the impression, therefore, that his political party had some dominant influence in what was going on. I therefore, Chair, I'm against the motion. I think we should proceed as we have done before, and make the decision at every annual meeting. And I also think that personally that decision should simply be that the chair of Policy and Resources be the person who represents the council on occasions at meetings where the council has to be represented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Well, a lot of interesting things have been said, and I find myself in agreement with Councillor Mason on the political and the strategic comments made in the second bullet point. However, I think this can be boiled down to straight thoughts on whether or not we need a leader. Now, I was quite surprised when I arrived that we had this system of electing or voting whether or not we had a leader. And Councillor Duncan said, I think, and if I'm misquoting you, please give me the exact quote, but a poor leader is better than no leader. Now, it isn't personal, isn't this? But the support the present leader had was 20 plus votes at the first full annual council when he became leader. We then had a silly minority saying we didn't want a leader at the last annual council, and that minority was 15. So the 20 odd had dropped to 15. Now, this amendment to the Constitution is setting the leader and the deputy leader in concrete. Now, there's part of me would quite like to take the leader and deputy leader and set them in concrete. But that is, in fact, against our climate change policy. So we won't do that. So we're left with the question, do we, at the end of the year, want to decide whether we have a leader or not for the forthcoming year? I first suggested that we didn't have a head teacher on a school, and that was mocked mercifully by the rest of the governors. Years later, I find many schools in this country, and particularly the Scandinavian countries, don't put all their leadership and management skills into one person, but had a management board who dished out the various representatives of positions on various organisations, and were able to, by giving each of those managers a small bonus, save money for the school and put it into education. And if it can work for a school without a head teacher...
10 seconds, please, Councillor Clark.
I'm nearly there, Chair. It can work for this council. And on that basis, I'd like a named vote on this, and I'm totally opposed to setting it in concrete at this point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Councillors Raper and Bailey to speak. Councillor Raper.
Thank you, Chairman. Interesting debate so far. Time and time again, each year we go through the same speakers saying the same thing over and over again, going backwards. To set it in concrete, as it's just been said, is, in my view, the sensible thing to do. It takes out and saves time at every annual council because we don't have to debate it. We will just go and nominate and vote for who that person should be. We're almost masochistic, pardon me, I'm not going to be adventurous. In our attempt to try and come to a conclusion here on this particular topic, we do it time and time again. We've done it again tonight. It's time this opportunity was removed from members because they keep using it as a whipping stool against themselves and others on council, and I think it's time to call it and put it away. So I will be supporting this particular motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillors Bailey and Graham. I don't see anybody else with their hands up. Councillor Bailey and Graham, and then I'll go back to Councillor Duncan to respond to the debate. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly to say, in our constitution, in the work that we do, the people that we work with outside the council expect to have a leader. Our chairman's role is set out in the constitution. Why should the leader's role not be set out in the constitution so people know what to expect? I think not knowing what to expect by the partners that we work with outside, it is detrimental. So this is a step forward. Times have changed.
Thank you. Councillor Frank, just put your hand up just as I was saying that. So Councillor Graham, then Councillor Frank, then we'll wind the debate up. Councillor Graham.
Yes, in the middle of all this, I have to say that I don't know whether I'm surprised, but I am disappointed that I can detect an implication here that the having a leader and a spokesman is somehow a plot to stifle the voices of other councillors who do good work in the community, that they're not allowed to say anything because somebody else is representing them. Well, when I opened the Gazette and Herald on Wednesday morning this week, I saw no evidence that councillors are not able to have their good works trumpeted to the public. My feeling is that this is the politics of the playground and complete nonsense as far as I can see. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Frank.
Yeah, I think the main thing that's being said here is that we need representation on the meetings outside the council. We need someone to represent us on various meetings outside the council, but it doesn't have to be one person. It doesn't have to be the leader. And I think what's missing and what's been missing for a long time is the fact that different councillors, a lot of councillors on this council, have got different skills and different skill sets and are into different things. And I think really when you go to these outside meetings, it would be preferable for someone with the skills of that particular subject or that particular topic to go and represent us. So therefore, I really don't think that a leader of council ought to have kind of overall power, if you see what I mean. I think that there are other councillors who could represent us equally well, no, better. Other councillors could represent us equally well or better if they've got particular knowledge and particular skills in that subject. There's also a chairman, a deputy chairman and a chief executive, all who can go to the meetings and represent the council. It's not true to say that you desperately need a leader of council. And the other thing that was, that I think it was Keane that said it, I'm not sure, said that there hadn't been a council statement. Well, I've been on council now for a long time, and I've never known a council where we didn't have a leader and we didn't have a leader statement at council. So actually, you know, I don't think we desperately do need a leader, but what I'm saying is this ought to be left to when we're voting whether we want a leader or don't want a leader, then who that leader should be made in full council, as it always has been, and it can be a decision made in council, each council, rather than being set in stone in the constitution.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan, would you reply to the debate now, please?
Chair, can we have a recorded vote on this in the minutes, please?
Thank you, we will do that. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to pick up on some of the points Councillor Frank was mentioning there about the need for representation, we all agree that, but we need someone that's consistently able to attend the meetings, know what's going on, and draw the dots between them. We also need this is not just about external representation, this is about also connecting that with the internal workings. We can do nothing as a council without partnership working. And that means working with the LEP, it means working with other councils, it means working with our partners on an outside level, and they want to speak to a leadership figure, they want to speak to a point of accountability. Councillor Frank mentioned about the chairman, the chief executive being able to represent the council. The chairman is a non-political figure, the chief executive is an officer and cannot speak in those forums. As someone who has been to the forums as a leader, it is not appropriate for a chief executive to speak in those forums on any issue whatsoever, not least controversial items. Councillor Frank also mentioned about leader's statement. She clearly forgotten the days, and I don't really want to say his name, but when Councillor Ives was chairman of Policy and Resources, he was chairman of Policy and Resources. In effect, he was seen by other members of all groups as the leader of the council.
My computer just went a bit funny when you said that.
Councillor Zachary, please be quiet when
he wasn't. But he wasn't the leader of the council. He was expected to be the leader of the council. He was looked upon as that, but he wasn't, and he didn't have that title to be able to carry out the role fully. And this is about advantaging the council, making sure that we have a voice for all of us, not just the leader, but for the whole council. I want to pick up Councillor Clark mentioned about a management board. We have a management board, which is Policy and Resources, which is made up of the groups on the council by the proportion which they make up the council. I know the Liberal Democrats excluded from that, and that is a shame, to be honest with you, not to have the input of all groups on there, but we do have a management board. I think it's worth Councillor Burr picking up on that point about this being autocratic and being cross-party. The leader will have to be democratically elected by the council, so they will have to have, and I know the last annual meeting was slightly rare exception, it was 15-15, you couldn't get any closer to that, but clearly you do need a leader that has got majority support from the council overall. I think Councillor Burr also touched on there, let's sort of let the cat out of the bag slightly when she said we need a leader who can bring us together. I agree, we do need a leader who can bring us together. We do need a leader, and that point has come across actually quite strongly throughout the discussion. People may not like the current leader, but people seem to be in agreement we should have a leader of some sorts, perhaps somebody different to the current incumbent. Councillor Keel mentioned about the word of political representative. Actually, the uncontroversial element of this, when we went through the Constitution Working Party, was the wording. And there are certain words in here, Councillor Keel, that I know specifically you actually asked for inclusion, particularly that cross-party communication, and happy to support that. The reason why it says political in there is because we are all political. We are different to the officers. They are non-political. We are political. 10
seconds, Councillor Duncan.
That's what that word political means. I would just like to say we've got a job description. We need to have a leader. We need to have a deputy leader. We need to have somebody to do this role. It's not about me. It's not about Councillor Arnold, but we need somebody to lead this council, and that's what it's about. That may well be me. It may well not be. If anyone else wants to do it, put yourself forward at the AGM in May, and good luck to you in that post. But this is about leadership, and we need that.
Thank you. Before I go to the vote, I'll just ask the officer to make sure that we're ready for the tally.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go as before, and I believe we've got Councillor Hope on the phone, so we'll come to Eric in due course. Councillor Andrews, for, against or abstain? Councillor Joy Andrews.
I like you, Keane, but I'm voting against. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
I'm voting against, Chair.
Councillor Arnold.
Come on.
We can hear you.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cleary, for. Councillor Cousins.
Against.
Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Docra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Garbett Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Hope.
Against.
Councillor Keel.
Against.
Councillor King.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
You're doing all right, Keane, but I'm voting against. Sorry, mate.
Councillor Middleton.
Against.
Councillor Oxley.
For.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Rain.
Against.
Councillor Raper.
For.
Councillor Ryby. Councillor Ryby.
Against.
Councillor Thackeray.
Against.
Councillor Wass.
Against.
Councillor Windrus.
For.
Thank you. We'll just allow Ellen to tot the vote up and give us the result.
A bunch of nutcases.
Pardon?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Sorry, I heard someone call us a bunch of nutcases. Who was that?
Don't think that.
It was
Councillors, please be quiet.
Excuse me, Chairman, but somebody said we're a bunch of nutcases.
Please be quiet. When we're not in discussion at the moment, please mute your microphones.
Need an apology, Let's Chair. Be in discussion afterwards then.
Chair, that's 14 votes for and 16 against.
Thank you. That's what I got. The motion is defeated.
Chair,
we move, therefore,
Chair,
on.
Chair, excuse me, point of order.
Councillor Clark, you have a point of order.
My eyesight is rubbish at the moment, but my hearing is fairly good. And I heard the French phrase bunch of nutcases. Can you please let us know who it was and ask them to apologise, and then it can be forgotten?
All I heard was a number of people speak over each other. I'm afraid I didn't hear the word itself.
I did.
Will you please be quiet? Please be quiet. Please be quiet. If somebody has heard the word nutcases in open forum, that is unacceptable. If the person who said, if somebody did say a bunch of nutcases, if they would admit to that and please apologise, that will be the end of the matter. So if somebody did happen to say it, please own up to it and apologise.
Chair, it was me and I apologise.
Councillor Arnold. Councillor Arnold?
Chair, it was me and I apologise.
Thank you. Please do be careful, everybody. The microphones may be open, may be shut, but this is being publicly streamed. There are members of the public listening, so please do be careful what you say. Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing it to my attention, Councillor Clark.
Chair, can I add to that?
Please do.
Exactly what I said. If somebody admits to it and says they're sorry, it's forgotten. Can I thank Councillor Arnold for A, his honesty, and B, for saying it out in the open and apologising.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated, because we all say things in the heat of the moment, all of us, that when you look back on you regret. And it's absolutely brilliant that he's apologised for it. As far as I'm concerned, it is completely forgotten.
Thank you. We'll move on. We're going to go on to agenda item 12, which is on pages 261 to 268 of your agendas, papers. The revised political proportionality of council. This report has been prepared at the request of members following recent changes to political groupings. We're looking at the officer recommendations, paragraph 2 of the report circulated. Before I ask somebody to move the motion, I think, Councillor Frank, if you could report on your nominated substitutes, please.
Yes, Chair. I wanted a substitute adding to the Policy and Resources Committee. It's not down in the agenda. It just says that I'm on Policy and Resources, but there isn't a substitute added.
And your substitute will be?
I I believe both Eric and David can be on as substitutes.
That's fine. In which case, it'll be the other members of your group. Are there any other substitutes we need to report on?
Thank you, Chair.
If there are no other substitutes we need to report...
Chair, while we're here and approving the whole lot, could I add Councillor Wass onto the substitutes for P&R? Seems easier to do it now than it does at any other point in time.
I don't see why we can't. If there's any reason why we can't, then somebody will tell me. Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. If there are no more substitutes to report to add to the recommendation, will somebody move the motion, please? I can see Councillor Duncan's hand going up. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark seconding. Does anybody wish to speak for or against, or can we go by general affirmation on this one?
It was just to say, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at the recommendations there. I don't know if planning needs to be sorted for the Ryedale First group, or if that's been sorted.
Two substitutes here.
Chair, on page 267, there is no name substitute for Planning Committee for Ryedale First Independent Group.
Right. So again, I presume, Councillor Frank, that it'll be simply the other members of your group.
Ryedale First is not Councillor Frank.
I'm not Ryedale First.
Right. I do beg your pardon. Councillor
I thought I'd get your feet. I thought I'd get your feet out of that hole quickly, Chair.
Is this first Ryedale or Ryedale First? That was track.
Councillor Arnold, I presume it's the other members of your group then.
It is the other members,
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you.
Now, it has been moved and seconded. I think nobody's objecting to the idea that we do it by general affirmation. If anybody doesn't want to do that, if they'd make themselves known now and quickly, in which case I will take it as accepted by general affirmation. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 13, the appointment of a representative to the Milton Rooms Management Committee. Council needs to consider the appointment of a new representative to the Milton Rooms Management Committee, following Councillor Delaney's decision to step down from this role. Are there any nominations? Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose Councillor Garbutt-Moore.
And is that seconded? Do we have a seconder for that nomination?
I'll second that, Chair, if nobody else has got their hands up.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? No. Councillor King.
King's hand is up.
No,
Councillor King?
It's fine, thank you.
Right, okay. No more nominations. It has been proposed and seconded that Councillor Garbutt-Moore take this post. Does anybody wish to speak against the nomination? Again, if there is nobody wishing to object to it, I'll take it by general affirmation. Please do make yourself known if you don't wish to support this nomination.
There's no raised hands, Chair.
No, thank you. In which case, I will take this as accepted by general affirmation. Thank you. Moving on, I can now declare that Councillor Nathan Garbutt-Moore has been appointed as the representative. Moving on to agenda item 14, the appointment of a representative to the Police, Fire and Crime panel. Council needs to consider the appointment of a new representative to the Police, Fire and Crime panel following Councillor Middleton's decision to step down from this role. Do we have any nominations? Councillor Keane, Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose Councillor Hope.
Sorry, Councillor Hope. Was that Councillor Hope?
Councillor Hope, yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this?
I'd like to take that, Chair.
I think Councillor Frank just got in there first. Thank you, Councillor Clark, anyway. So it is proposed that Councillor Hope take this job. Are there any other nominations? No. In which case, does anybody wish to speak against Councillor Hope's nomination as a representative to the police, fire and crime panel? I will take it by general affirmation if nobody wishes to speak against it. Councillor Middleton.
Councillor Middleton has her hand raised.
Councillor Middleton.
Yeah, after sitting on the police, fire and crime panel myself, I think somebody from a different demographic would be more suitable. Most of the people on that committee are men over the age of 60. And there was quite a lot of misogynistic behaviour going on when I sat on it. And I do believe that it would be better for either a female or somebody else to take that role.
Have you a nomination, Councillor Middleton? I'm sorry, you were muted, but did you say you had a nomination? Councillor Middleton, are you muted? I can't hear what you're saying. I heard your comments about the panel, but I didn't hear whether you had a nomination or not.
Sorry, Chair. No, I have not.
Okay. Do you wish to speak against the nomination of Councillor Hope for the post?
I would like to abstain on the vote.
Okay, well, the point being that if you wish to abstain, I ought to go down the vote rather than take it by general affirmation, if you understand. So I will take, if nobody else wishes to speak, there are no other nominations. The nomination of Councillor Hope has been moved and seconded. I will go down the list as a vote. If you allow me just a moment, just to get my bit of paperwork into
Chair, before you
Councillor Clark.
Before you take the vote, Councillor Middleton has made a very serious accusation, and I'm not sure we should be quite ignoring.
Well,
and if she'd been wishing to carry on, I would have been happy to have supported her. There is a problem.
I'm going to go to the vote. I think the
Chair, this is a serious issue. There is a problem that all of us, and I'm just over 60 myself, that we are not all misogynist, etc. But that aside, if that is a genuine accusation, we ought to be looking into it, and maybe scrutiny ought to be looking into it, because it isn't something I've heard before, and if it's accurate, it needs looking into it, and if it isn't accurate, then looking into it, we'll find that it is not accurate. But I don't think it's something that should just be left.
Well, I think that's possibly something I will ask the chairman of Overview and Scrutiny, Councillor Raper, to take on board and raise at the next meeting of that committee. Councillor Raper, are you would you take that forward for your committee?
I've got my hand up to speak on exactly on this particular point, Chairman, with exactly in mind as your suggestion, and I think it's something we do need to look at. If Councillor Middleton is of that opinion, there must be a reason for that opinion being held. We cannot ignore it.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll do that. Councillor Wass, I see your hand is raised. Have you a subject? Do you not wish that that subject? I'm sure you do wish that subject. What are you wanting to talk about?
It's probably not the format to do it in now.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up.
It's probably not the area to do it in now, but I was just wondering if we are going to discuss it, then obviously Councillor Middleton would be good to bring appropriate evidence as to support what she's saying.
Thank you for that comment. I will leave that for the chairman of that particular committee. We're going to go to the vote now on the nomination of Councillor Hope to the representative of the Police, Fire and Crime panel. Ellen, are you ready to take the tally?
I am, yes, Chair.
Thank you. We'll start as before. Councillor Joy Andrews, for, against or abstain.
I don't feel comfortable with this, so I'm going to have to abstain until we know further. Nothing against Eric, but I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
For, Chairman.
Councillor Arnold.
Abstain.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Burr. Have we got Councillor Burr with us?
Sorry, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
4.
Councillor Cleary, 4. Councillor Cousins?
4.
Councillor Delaney?
4.
Councillor Dockerer?
4.
Councillor Duncan?
4.
Councillor Frank?
4.
Councillor Garbett Moore?
Abstain.
Councillor Goodrick?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
Sorry, 4.
Councillor Hope?
4.
Councillor Keel?
Abstain.
Councillor King?
4.
Councillor Mackenzie?
4.
Councillor Mason?
Abstain.
Councillor Middleton?
Abstain.
Councillor Oxley?
4.
Councillor Potter?
Abstain.
Councillor Rain?
Abstain.
Councillor Raper?
I'm going to support Eric without hoping that it compromises the investigation by opinion scrutiny.
Councillor Ryby?
4.
Councillor Thackeray?
4.
Councillor Wass?
Abstain.
Councillor Windress?
4.
Thank you. I gather that is carried with ever so many abstentions. Ellen, can you confirm the tally in due course?
That's 20 votes for and 10 abstentions.
Thank you. The nomination is carried. Councillor Hope is our new representative to the Police, Fire and Crime panel. Moving on, there are some items which we need to go into exempt for. There is one item right at the end of the meeting that we need to come back out of exempt. Now, I think, Councillor Clark, you made a very sensible suggestion that we limit the time that we do that. The trouble with that, I think, is that if we limit the time, it might affect the time that we come back or come back onto public streaming, if you understand me.
Chair, I wasn't suggesting that we did it in relation to exempt. I was suggesting that we suspended standing orders so that people on the major issue of in relation to our leisure facilities could be debated, and 3 minutes for some of that for one person is maybe very limiting, and I was suggesting we suspended standing orders in exempt for, say, an hour, so that you made sure that people had a chance to come back more than once if required.
I'm not minded to do that, really. I do understand. I will take it as rather than suspend standing orders, I will take it at my discretion, depending on how the debate goes.
I would accept that, Chair.
Yeah.
I won't move the suspension of standing orders on that basis.
I will use my discretion depending on how the debate goes.
Yeah,
but before we do that,
I won't move the suspension of standing orders. Right. Therefore,
thank you. Item 15 on the agenda is to consider a procedural motion to exclude the press and public from the meeting during discussion of any decision notices marked as exempt in the agenda papers under items 16A, 16B and 17, as provided by paragraph 3, schedule 12A of section 100A of the Local Government Act 1972. There are 3 exempt items in total. These are listed on the public agenda papers, and members will have full copies of the notices in their papers. I propose only to move into exempt session if questions arise on these specific matters. Is that moved? Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to move that.
Thank you. And can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Arnold, thank you. Does anybody wish to speak for or against the motion? No.
Could I just say, Mr. Chairman, just on that, I know that there was some comments raised, I think, at PNR and subsequently about us having a debate in open forum, particularly on the Everyone Active item. I think it's just important to say that that has been pursued. However, given the financial information that's been discussed, and I know I've had a conversation with yourself, Mr. Chairman, on this topic, it's going to be pretty much impossible from a legal perspective to be able to have the debate that I think we need to have. So I think we do need to go forward and have this. Clearly, the decision we make is going to be a matter of public record, is going to be publicised. So if we do decide to take the course of action that we do, then clearly that will be recorded publicly, and we can have a recorded vote and everything else if that's requested by members. But I do think we need to move into exempt for these 3 items.
I think you're right. I will allow. Does anybody wish to speak against the motion? No. Because it is an important motion, I'm going to take the vote, so it is recorded, and we do know this. So it's rather than it would be nice to do it by general affirmation, but it is an important item. I know a lot of people really would like to discuss it, but we will vote for the motion or against the motion because it is an important subject. The motion is that we move into exempt. Ellen, are you ready to take the vote?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Just give me one moment. Councillor Joy Andrews, for, against or abstain.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary, for. Councillor Cousins.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Sorry. For.
Thank you. Councillor Garbett-Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hope.
For.
Councillor Keel.
For.
Councillor King.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Middleton.
For.
Councillor Oxley.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Rain.
Abstain.
Councillor Raper.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Wass.
For.
Councillor Windress.
For.
Thank you. I think that's just one abstention, but I'll wait for the confirmation from Ellen.
Yes, Chair, that's 29 votes for and 1 abstention.
Thank you. We're going to go into exempt. It is carried. Can I now confirm that live stream has stopped, please?
Chair, there's just one point that arises out of that last meeting. Please, could the officers be instructed to take the precautionary steps that were suggested at the meeting, please?
Can I confirm that the live stream is back on, please? Thank you. For members of the public who have rejoined us, who have remained on, we're back live stream. I have to tell you that we have gone over the guillotine where we have to end business, so the meeting is now ended. Just for information, the last item has been circulated as a matter of note.
Before you do that with the last item...
No, well, we've ended the meeting, Councillor Clark.
I understand that, Chair. Before you do that with the last item, I don't believe that you can note something and not allow people to comment. Can we please defer
it is
to the next meeting?
in any event, the meeting is over, Councillor Clark.
Yes, I understand
We've
that.
gone over the guillotine. The meeting is over.
Can we defer the last item to the next meeting?
Well, I think it probably has. We can defer it for noting because we can't actually discuss it, or we can't actually deal with it now. So it has to be deferred
so can we defer it to the next meeting?
To the next meeting.
Yeah,
the meeting is over. Thank you all very much for your attendance. And I wish you all the best for the future. I think we don't have a full council, but I may be wrong between now and the new year. But we do have planning, and I know other committees are going on. Can I also thank, on your behalf, our officers and staff? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you, everybody. Merry Christmas too.
Cheers.
Joy Andrews
is now exiting.
John Clark
is now exiting.
Right.